Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join us. www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers and position you as an expert in your industry? Consumers need confidence to purchase, so let us showcase your knowledge by interviewing you for a 3 to 5 minute video. We'll position you as an industry expert with a customized interview style video, and for a limited time, we'll cover all production costs. Click this ad or call now for all the information. You'll want to experience the same 5-star service our customers love. So take advantage of this one-time offer. Click this ad or contact us now.
Hey, Ivanka Farabi here. I'm the founder and executive director of Beyond the Shackles. We're a nonprofit that instills hope in the incarcerated, disenfranchised, and their families. But we don't stop there, because what we know is that you don't have to spend one day behind physical bars to be in shackles in your heart and your mind. And we help people to rise up. What is my genius? I'm a life elevation coach and strategist. I'm a motivational speaker, and I help people to navigate the difficult terrain of adversity. Do you know that you can build the most beautiful masterpiece from the rubble that might lie at your feet from the most difficult of times? Well, you can. And I help people to walk out their God-given plans and find their genius. Why? Everybody has genius, because genius is common.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him, and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is K-L-O-C-K. Genius is common.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, the Caribbean, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And joining us is a visionary at the intersection of education and technology, Dr. Curtis B. Charles, a distinguished education impact reflective practitioner and the Dean of Academic Affairs at the University of the West Indies Five Islands campus. An MIT certified data scientist, Dr. Charles has been at the forefront of integrating artificial intelligence and data science into higher education, shaping the future of learning and teaching. Dr. Charles brings over 15 years of experience in transforming educational landscapes through innovative use of technology. His work in predictive analytics, machine learning, and AI has not only revolutionized student outcomes in enrollment and retention, but has also propelled his institution to the cutting edge of the digital era. So, we are honored to have Dr. Charles back with us to share some insights on how technology is reshaping education, especially in the Caribbean. I bring to you Dr. Charles.
And how are you, sir? Nice to meet you.
We get to meet again. You are fantastic. You were a guest on my podcast about 3 months ago. It was such a revolutionary piece of conversation. So many people were resonating with what you were saying because we are on the cusp, as you define, of this fifth industrial revolution.
Yes.
I know you were just on the show, but I want you to really hone in on what this impact is on our society.
Yes, thank you so much. So first of all, the fourth industrial revolution, as I mentioned just now, is a convergence of physical, biological, and cyber systems. The fourth industrial revolution is characterized with artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, big data analytics, cloud computing, sensors, biometrics. What the fifth industrial revolution is how do humans interrelate with those fourth industrial revolution technologies. So it is important for us, one, if we are not aware of what the fourth industrial revolution is, that we become quickly knowledgeable of what the fourth industrial revolution is. Because any business thinking about moving internationally, you might be unaware of what the fourth industrial revolution is, and you may want to expand into Africa that might be progressive, some part of Africa that might be progressive, that's talking the language of the fourth industrial revolution. If you can't speak that language, you wouldn't be able to do business with them. So you have to understand what's the impact of Internet of Things, what's the impact of sensors, what's the impact on machine learning, artificial intelligence, on, as I like to call it, pulling from the military, how could these things be a force multiplier to improve your business and give you that competitive edge? So really, the fifth industrial revolution is important for us, but we have to understand the fourth industrial revolution. Because we're almost on the sunset of the fourth industrial revolution, moving into the fifth industrial revolution. So we have to become aware of the fourth in order to embrace the fifth.
Well, let's unpack that just a little bit. Sure. And let's go back, as you talked about earlier, about historical data. Now that's data. Let's talk about the history of people of African descent, we're going to call it the diaspora, and their engagement with the technology over the last, just to say over the last 25 years.
Yeah.
And that's, I feel that we have been behind in certain areas, and that as we have seen that the development, first, obviously cellular, mobile computing, more or less the cell phone, and then got into mobile computing, then social media, that's really, exploded. And now that's on top of what we call a cloud computing platform. Mm-hmm. We're not the ones really driving and designing these systems.
Right.
But we are benefacting from them because we're utilizing it right now. So we're on the end user spectrum of consuming the technology, but we're not driving it. Help us understand where we need to be, as you spoke so eloquently about what China is now going through.
Right.
Where do we need to be, and how can we leverage this new platform for development?
Well, we could start, this is the Christmas holidays in North America and in most places. And as people of the diaspora, we could start this Christmas. We could start doing a couple of things. Fathers and mothers could stop telling their daughters that they need to play with dolls. They could buy them a robotics set, and they could then be excited about robotics. That could then be the entry into computer science or could be into one of the STEM fields. We need to stop our sons, or we need to caution our sons and our daughters, because it's always, even right now, in terms of gaming. I used to always tell my son, and I never got the gaming. I just never got it. But you know what? Gaming is $140 billion industry with a B.
Yes.
So what do we have to do? If you are buying that game set for your child this Christmas, also have a manual or a course that should be mandatory for them to take, a gaming creation course. In other words, we're not just consumers, but we're creating this. So if I could think about it from the diasporic perspective, if we learn to create these games, then we could then carry on our history that's being stamped out in many of these states. But we could create commercial games about our history. Right? If I think about the Caribbean, we have something called How Nancy Lost His Tail. Nancy was a rabbit. Well, I don't know really how Nancy lost his tail. I hear so many versions of it. But our Caribbean students could then create games so that we promote our culture of steel band and calypso and rhythm and the things that people come to the Caribbean for. Listen, almost in the last 35 years, there has been a statistics that we need to do something about. Less than 25% of all computer science graduates are female every year. That's a problem.
Yes.
Because as a father of 3 daughters and 2 granddaughters, I think that they could make decisions better than some men. I certainly do. And I think that we need to, in our leadership positions, we either need to be mentors. We don't have to be a tech mentor, but we could be a mentor that promotes tech, because we have to get in front of this. Listen, how does this impact us? The people who are doing data science doesn't look like us, right? I was a data scientist at Microsoft. I wouldn't see somebody who looked like me for 100 miles away, right? But yet, when we think about face recognition, it's built-in bias, because the people who are designing face recognition system already have a bias against brown people. The reality is that unless we could develop this, and this is why I like what it is we're doing in the Caribbean. I mean, look, University of West Indies that I mentioned is a 50,000 system. We are the 4th campus. We started in 2019 with 174 students. We're the smallest, but most of the campuses started with 19, 15 students 75, 60 years ago. We have a 350% increase in student population over the last 3.5 years. We're exploding. But what we have decided to do is, instead of the campus in Jamaica focusing on medicine and the campus in Barbados focusing on law, and in Trinidad engineering, we have decided we're going to focus on artificial intelligence. Because I want us to be able to say, look, if a student is in the School of Business, that student should come to the School of Science, Computing, and Artificial Intelligence, which, by the way, is the only such school, not only in the Caribbean, but in Latin America. There is no School of Science, Computing, and Artificial Intelligence that's in the Caribbean and in the region. So I want a student who is in business to come and study business analytics. I want a student and business intelligence. I want a student who is in nursing or who in the School of Health and Behavioral Sciences to come to this school and study health informatics, which was all what COVID was about. When you think about COVID, think about that form that you filled out. Think about how much information you give to get that stuff in your hands. You give all that information now. If we think about business, if we think about data analytics, that information alone to a health system of you doesn't help them. But for your entire family, multiplied by the state of North Carolina, it now could give the health system in North Carolina, based on the information you fill out in that form, what your behaviors, who you came next to, where do you live, who is next to you, all that information we could now pull from the data analytics. So I want students in nursing and health and behavioral sciences to understand bioinformatics and understand health informatics. And importantly, we cannot have any of these unless we have great teachers. My wife will tell you that. She's a teacher educator. She'll say that, look, you could talk about tech from now until next year, but we create the students who you want to be technology experts. So the students in the School of Humanities and Education could come to the School of Science, Computer, and Artificial Intelligence and understand sentiment analysis. Now, if I understand sentiment analysis, I could understand the same type of behaviors and patterns I talked about just now. That same thing happens in students. I can understand the students' behaviors and patterns. Do they come to class on time? Do they don't come to class on time? Do they do their homework? If I understand the sentiment analysis, now I could create a precision learning for that student based on the behaviors. And then if I could create a precision learning for that students, I could now segment, like I talked about earlier, I can now segment the population in the university or in the school that has similar behaviors. So that lesson plan will now be identical for that group of folks. So for us, I think of people in the diaspora, we have some work to do because we are seriously behind. and we need to get ahead. We need to make sure that in all our universities, right, we're not just, one of my colleagues says, well, we have been doing artificial intelligence for a long time. I say, okay, I'm fine. Like the sister said earlier, we're not competing. But we have decided that at our university, on our campus, in the Leeward Islands, where 2 in 10 citizens go on to tertiary education, that we are not just going to expand tertiary education, but we are going to expand tertiary education to prepare students for the future of work, to be able to compete in this fifth industrial revolution, and not only compete, but to create industries. When I was interviewed for this position, because I always wanted to give back to the Caribbean, because the Caribbean is where I was born, right? After spending 40 years in corporate tech and serving at every level from faculty to university president in the US, this opportunity came back and I said, I've never built a university. I would love to help build this university. And the fact of the matter is that we have an awesome opportunity to build a legacy based on the future rather than what is existing. So yes, we could build capacity, we could build more accountants, and we could build more teachers, and but could we build that in such a way that we equip those students with the type of skills that they need to be competing for the future of work? When they asked me in the interview, why do I want to leave the US to come to the Caribbean? I said, I believe that similar to what happened in Silicon Valley, Stanford wasn't always Stanford who it was. It was an elite university, but it's the funding that came from the technologies that were developed like Google and stuff that has driven Stanford. People don't know also that the federal government put lots of millions of dollars into Silicon Valley and then companies. I told them that this university could be the catalyst for the Silicon Islands of the Caribbean. I wouldn't be there if I didn't believe that. I believe that there is nothing wrong with our brown students. Based on the people who created Microsoft as a dropout, who created Facebook as a dropout, who created WhatsApp, who created all the technologies that we are consumers of. Our students and our children have the same capability. Grant, the difference between my students in the Caribbean and those Caucasian kids in Silicon Valley is that they don't see us. So they don't know the art of the possible. You understand what I'm saying? Because if all you know is rice and peas, and somebody give you caviar one day, you might spit it out. Now that might be really nourishable for your body, but the reality is that all you understand is rice and peas. So what we want to be able to do is to change the palate of our students and let them know that they have the ability to be at the table feasting with the best. I'll just give an example. We send 4 of our students to New York to compete in a hackathon. So we do that a lot. We send them to hackathons, different places. One student had never left Antigua. Listen, it's not like he left Antigua and he came to North Carolina. We sent him to New York. So this kid just went crazy. He came and he said, Dr. Charles, oh my God, these people we saw, they are great, they're brilliant. So he saw the art of the possible. He didn't see that. So all he saw was me, right? And he saw my colleagues, the faculty. But now he had an opportunity to see a cornucopia of different colors of people who looked like him, who were great hackers, who were great programmers. And I have no doubt, and I told this kid, I said, I have no doubt that he's going to be one of the landmark people in the Caribbean for computer science and programming. So I think that the more we evangelize the fact that we need to be creators rather than consumers, the more we could get further. For the Christmas holiday, it should bother everyone at the sound of my voice. If you have somebody in your house playing these games and not having an appetite to create it. I mean, we had to be creative, and we have the ability to do it. We have the ability.
There's no question what you just said there, and I want to coin this because this is so important to give a little bit more, I would say, color to the fifth industrial revolution. What does that mean? It is the creator economy. We're going a creator economy. If you look at what you just cited of all these great inventions and innovations that have come out that were created by people that quote unquote didn't have what you call the Ivy League education, even though they're very, very intelligent,
Right.
They had the vision and then the wherewithal to make it happen. What I'm saying is this: even though we have been behind traditionally, maybe the last 100, 200, 300 years economically and socially in the constructs that we have been in, the opportunity to really expand and grow and stride forward is astronomical right now, because those industries weren't created, they weren't even existing,
right,
10, 20 years ago. So
right,
to your point, if you've got any kind of gaming engine at home and you've got a cell phone, realize this: you have the greatest intelligence ever given to a human being in your palm of your hands.
Yes. Yes. You know, there's no excuse for us right now. Right? So let me just give you an example. So I opened up with the example of OpenAI and what happened to Sam Altman a couple of weeks ago. Listen, I have to tell you, I embraced this young man like 6 years ago. 6 years ago, I was in charge of Oak Ridge Associated Universities, HBCU MI Council. So this is where we brought the minority serving institutions together, and we were talking about innovation. And at that time, Sam Altman was the CEO of Y Combinator. Y Combinator is the largest and probably most prestigious incubator. So my brother flew down on a jet a Sunday to meet with these African American faculty from probably like 20 universities. I mean, we were blown away. We were blown away to see the humility of him. He and his vice president, who's now running Y Combinator. But he was able to give us an insight into what I am saying right now, which is that we need to be creators rather than we need to be consumers. And I think I know I ran with the idea based on what I've done since then. And I know some of my colleagues have run with it as well. It's the ability to listen to the message and be excited about what we could do, the art of the possible, because there's never been an opportunity for us to accelerate. Listen, I have one of my mentors, and he always tells me, he's 80-something years old and he's still running his company. He says, son, you can't do addition this time. You got to do multiplication. And if you do multiplication, try to exponentially do that as well. You know, he always uses this reference, this African proverb is that if you want to go fast, go alone. Yeah. If you want to go far, go with others. So I think the other message of how we could do this is not only to accelerate, because we can't accelerate alone, right? We had to accelerate by networking. So this is an awesome forum. So for example, if by the sound of my voice, there are colleagues who share this belief of how we could accelerate our people, network. Let's network and figure out how to do that, because we don't need extravagant amount of money. Listen, I want to use Sam Altman's name once more. Listen, if you understand what happened with ChatGPT, if you could catch the vision of what happened to ChatGPT, then you could understand the possibility that lies ahead with our company. ChatGPT and generative AI is based on what is called deep learning. The father of deep learning was in the heart of Google. He was at Google. 2 of his students was at OpenAI. When ChatGPT came out last November and took the world by storm, Google had no idea. They had no idea. Now, this was a small company. This was before Microsoft gave them $10 billion. This was a small company, and they were able to leverage, because you see, when you're small and when you have been disenfranchised, like we have been disenfranchised, you really have nothing to lose. So you go after the big guys. So as the person who was the father, he's no longer at Google. Let's just say that. I'm not going to the politics as to why he's no longer there, but you could figure it out. But he's no longer there because now Google and everybody else is playing catch up to this company.
Yeah.
So think about it. It's like David and Goliath. OpenAI was David and the slingshot. And it was able temporarily, because nobody's going to last forever, but at that point, right now, they are the leaders in large language models.
Right.
And those large language models is an opportunity for us as businesses to basically leverage that technology. That's why I say the AI war that's going to be going on between China and the US. That's good for us. Let's find that place in between, because this is what I want to say. You know, I didn't say it with China, but listen, that was a Sputnik moment for China, but it should have been a Sputnik moment for us as well, because China is in almost every African nation, almost every nation within the Black diaspora. So if they become the leaders in artificial intelligence, what do you think is going to happen to where we live? Are we going to be consumers, or are we going to be led by these algorithms? So that should be a motivation for us within the diaspora to wake up and understand that, look, we have to be leaders in this, because it is going to dominate us if we're not.
What you said there is, it's understanding language.
Yeah.
You've got to understand the language and how it works to a certain degree to leverage it, as you stated.
Yeah.
You know, you don't necessarily have to understand exactly how a cell phone works, but you do need to understand how to use it.
Right.
You need to understand how to use AI with HI, that's human intelligence.
Right.
The more we understand, and I know this is where I figure, for my lens, where this is going to play very, very well in our world.
Yeah.
In the other world, they're very, very good in analytics, very, very good at analytics. However, they have not been as well as what I call in the creative part of your mind.
Mm-hmm.
In the creative part of your mind, it's a little bit, it's not just ones and zeros. It's the creative. It's that plus factor. It's the imaginative factor. And then that's the leading edge of the cause and effect model in HI and AI, right? So the more that you can then influence the AI, the greater your creativity is going to be.
Yeah, but let me build on that a little bit, as you said it, because the HI piece, right? The HI piece that taps into the creativity starts with the question, right? So we always say in research that you have to know what question to ask, right? The reason why I think this is an awesome time for Black businesses is because we need to ask the right questions of our business, right? So I urge everybody here to log on to one of those free large language models, whether it's ChatGPT or Brad or whatever it is, and just ask a question. Just ask a question about your business. Is my business going to survive? What products? Put an inventory of the type of business that you do. What are the services? And then ask ChatGPT or one of these large language models, how competitive could I be in Africa? How competitive could I be in the Caribbean? So it is now at your fingertips, and it's actually you don't even have to do that. You could ask it right now with the paid version of ChatGPT, which is $20 a month, and I have no stocks in it because they don't have stocks. You could ask it, so you can now ask it. This is the description of my business. Tell me whether I could be successful in X, Y, and Z. So the creativity part that meets the AI, the bridge between it is asking the right questions. What question do you want to know about your business that will allow you to be successful? And I will bet anybody, if you do this exercise that I'm saying, you wouldn't live without one of these large language models. Yeah. You just wouldn't. Now, the reality is that you still are the subject matter experts. So sometimes it's say you give you back wrong answers or right answers, but it gives you a starting point. And then you as a human intelligence will then kick in with the AI and be able to differentiate what is right and what is wrong. But it gives you an answer. So just put in a description, or just put your business plan, copy and paste your business plan. You don't even have to copy and paste your business plan. You could attach your business plan. Attach your business plan into ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, first of all, give you a sentiment analysis.
Yes.
The sentiment analysis is going to tell you what's the nature of your business plan. And then ask it from that, what markets could I enter? What new markets could I enter? So listen, if you think about what I just said, we used to have to pay a consultant to do that, right? Right now, at your fingertips on your cell phone or your computer, you could now ask that question based on the business plan. Let's suppose you don't have a business plan. You could now sit down if you're starting a new business and said, these are the ideas I have. Please give me a draft business plan based on these ideas. And with a few seconds, you have a starting point.
For few seconds. Speed to market. Love it. That is the killer. Everybody's looking for that killer app, or what's that game-changing moment. This speed to market, to getting information that is actionable and you can make decisions upon in seconds. How much is that really worth?
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is, so if you think about the example I gave with Jeopardy earlier, where Watson beat Jeopardy, right? So Watson had the access to huge amounts of data, right? Zillions amounts of data, which is the same thing that they train these large language model on all these data sets. So by the time you ask your question, it's searching within seconds the algorithms, all that volume of data set based on what you have. So one of the things I would normally say is use your knowledge to respond to X, Y, and Z. Or I'll say, search the internet for X, Y, and Z. It might come back and say, well, I can't access that URL right now, or I can't access this. And then I begin to ask a different question. So the ultimate is that you need to know what to ask. This is not magical. This is your business. You know your business, right? It's like I said just now with recommendation system. If you know your business, you could say, what future markets or what future products I could go into. If these are my list of business opportunities I have right now, is it going to be successful in 5 years? Is it going to be successful in 2 years? If it's not going to be successful, could you tell me what I need to do? And it begins to put you on a path that you could now massage it and ask more questions. I mean, I spend most of my days on the large language model, because large language models was something that Microsoft had begun working on when I was there. And that is why I think Microsoft has been the largest investor in OpenAI, because I think both of the, I had to give Microsoft props. I think Satya Nadella is probably one of the most brilliant and innovative leaders. And I think one of the reasons he is, and one of the reasons he's different to most Silicon Valley, is his humility. I think you had to be humble as a tech leader, because it's so dangerous to understand, to listen to your own press, right? So and I think his humility is important. So I think with humility, networking, and being able to ask the right questions, being able to bring that HI with AI, I think it's going to be important for our success.
No, without question, we have the opportunity is in front of us. We have to take the mantra. Do not be intimidated.
Yeah.
By the some of the technical language, things that are say, hey, this is way above my head. No, they've got the technology down, coding down to where you can just speak what you want, and it'll create it for you. Where before, you needed to be, very, very well versed in some of these scripts, like Python, Java, and these other things. I wanted to ask you this, because of now you are an educator, you now see what this capability of AI is. How is this going to impact curriculum at the university level?
Yes, I think that's interesting, because I think again, and let me talk a little bit for HBCUs. I think it's a huge opportunity for HBCUs, but it is only going to be an opportunity if HBCUs have the right type of leadership, and if HBCUs seize the opportunity. Because whether it's HBCUs or traditional other universities, you have to release, right? As I said, you have to open your hands in order to receive, right? So you have to be willing to let go of what the current situation is and re-examine what your academic programs are. So most universities go through an evaluation of their academic programs biannually. And then you look at your low producing programs and you look to see, okay, where could we integrate artificial intelligence, right? So for example, if I have an accounting program, there's no way you could not do add accounting and add the cyber component to that, forensics accounting, because forensics accounting gives you now the capability to do the cyber system. So yes, you consult with your client in terms of the accounting, but if you hacked, you could also follow the money as well. If you're doing medicine, I was on a panel with 4 doctors, and I was talking about the impact of artificial intelligence on the healthcare field, which is going rampant. And this doctor was saying he can't understand why we are graduating doctors without understanding the impact of artificial intelligence. We have a young Jamaican doctor in Antigua and Barbuda here that's looking at the impact of artificial intelligence on cervical cancer, right? How could we prevent cervical cancer? Non-communicable diseases. How could we prevent non-communicable diseases? We are starting a new program next year. I think it's the first of its kind, called Generative Pharmacy. So what's generative pharmacy? Generative pharmacy is to be able to use artificial intelligence and machine learning to create new types of drugs, to create new types of patient care. So if we think about something that seems to be taboo in the Caribbean, or most places, marijuana. Marijuana has about 100 plus elements that we could experiment with without having human trials. So now you're using artificial intelligence and machine learning on your trials, whether that on the human trials. It happens quicker. And one example I like to give everyone with the generative pharmacy is that if you think that artificial intelligence wasn't involved in creating a vaccination within 2 years for COVID virus, then you're sleeping under a rock, because they were able to then look at large amounts of data of everybody that's doing research in areas related to this, get deep insights into those areas and see which one would be closest in terms of doing the trial. Without human trials, we have the ability to do that. So the discovery of that has really turned the development of drugs upside down. So what I wanted to do is to say, okay, we could start a pharmacy program because we need pharmacists. But if we do generative pharmacy, we could also start a new industry, because there are a lot of Caribbean local medications that now we could use algorithm and data science on to develop our own industry. So now we are developing, instead of pharmacists who come out and just serve, we people who could create those drugs and build the industries. So we have lots of opportunities, but we have to be able, as education institutions, we have to be able to look at the future. We can't just say, okay, these are the products. But I think more importantly is that you need to know where the time you're in. For example, our university was founded in 2019. 2019 was the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. It would have been crazy to just embrace programs that existed 60 years ago without thinking about how those programs could be impacted by the fourth industrial revolution. So for us, we want to make sure that every student, as they come to our institution, could graduate data literate. So with a mission like that, then you're thinking about how these different fields could be impacted. You don't want to have a university, or you don't want to have the School of Science, Computing, and Artificial Intelligence to be the only school. I obviously would like it to be much larger and have much more Caribbean people coming, because the reality is that we could be an oasis for the diaspora. I mean, coming to Antigua and Barbuda and understanding that this is an area that you could study this artificial intelligence, and you could then impact where you come from. You know, when I was asked to design the School of Science, Computing, and Artificial Intelligence, I never thought it was going to be face-to-face. I thought it was going to be a platform where we could access lectures from every part of the world, so that our students in the Caribbean are not landlocked. That's the other thing we have to drop as educators. We want everybody to be in the same place. Well, COVID taught us that doesn't necessarily have to happen. But when you want faculty to be in the same place, you lock yourself out of the technology and the talent that's in Europe or in Africa or in Tanzania. I mean, so you have to be able to think freely. And I think you have to have different type of leadership. I think every area calls for leadership of its kind. We can't have leadership of 20 or 30 years ago leading our institutions in an age of the fifth industrial revolution. We have to think about what are the type of leaders we need for this time, and are we willing to make those changes? We have to be willing to make those changes. I think it's an awesome opportunity for our institutions in the Caribbean, but I think for HBCUs who have been struggling and who have been underfunded, artificial intelligence represents a force multiplier for our institutions to go forward. But they have to be willing to embrace it.
Yeah, they've got, well, I think the society, the impact, the technological engine, that the locomotive, I would call it, that stream through. You know, you can't, when you see the train coming out, you know, in the early 1900s, and you're still, you know, looking at, you know, the plow and the buggy.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to really look at where we're at. I want you to we got a few minutes left. Tell us about, you've got something coming up in the summer that is a summit that I think we need to understand to get an opportunity for people to engage. Tell us more about that.
So next July the 8th to the 10th, our University of West Indies 5 Island campus in Antigua and Barbuda, going to hold the region's first artificial intelligence research conference. It's the first of its kind within the region, I think in Latin America as well as the Caribbean. And what we did originally is to say, okay, how do we reimagine the digital transformation of the Caribbean in an age of generative AI and the fifth industrial revolution? We can't continue saying that the Caribbean is going to be the way it is. We have to have new leaders, but we need to understand the area and where we're in. So the first thing we said is that let's look at people in the diaspora. So we're open. This is open to especially folks in the diaspora. And we said, who are the leaders in artificial intelligence, and would they be interested in continuing this work? With the after the conference is completed. And we found Caribbean leaders all over in almost every major companies. So we invited them, and the idea is to have 200 plus people. We're looking at probably Sandals Resort in Antigua and Barbuda, which is beautiful. And we're going to be talking about the impact of artificial intelligence on climate change, on pandemics, on health disparity, on almost all the major challenges we have in the Caribbean. We want to bring thought leaders from all over the world to talk about this and help us build that capacity. But the University of the West Indies is involved with something called the Revenue Revolution as well. It's how do we raise money as a university? So one of the things we're looking at is that every panel is now being matched by a grant out there in the hemisphere. So if we think about artificial intelligence in climate change, that grant would be identified, then this panel will be talking about it, and this panel will then help us develop a proposal for that contract or grant. So we're thinking about taking this thing not only just to sit down and talk and find solutions, but how do we fund the solutions that come out of it? So it's going to be the 8th to the 10th of July 2024, and it's going to be in Antigua and Barbuda. We have a save the date up on my LinkedIn profile, and I'm going to post the website probably by the end of the week. We're going to have the website up where you could register. But listen, we have 365 beaches. Come talk about technology, bring your family, have a good time, but be part of the discussion. Don't be outside the discussion. Be part of the discussion.
Oh, the discussion is very real. It's in our world. ChatGPT has been out, 1 year, generative AI. They have to understand the history. AI of itself, I think you talked about it earlier, has been around since 1950s, 1960s.
Yes.
It's now because of the capability of cloud computing that's united the world, plus cloud computing plus internet equals AI. You have the opportunity for an AI engine. But now you've got all of our intelligence. That's another thing. I want to make a great point to people. That they have the separation between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, as you stated, is historical data for the most part.
Yeah.
That means it's our information.
Right.
It's our collective information on a worldwide scale, on a humankind scale. So now you have, let's just say, 1,000 years of human intelligence and human experience all in one collective that each and every one of us can now tap into. That's never before happened.
Right.
It's never before been able to. And to your other point, that same Fortune 500 company, that all those resources like your Googles, your Microsoft, guess what? They're utilizing the same pool of intelligence that you now have at your fingertips.
Yes.
Same pool of information that you have at your fingertips to drive business results. I love that. I love it.
Yeah. Well, I want to leave you with one thing. I mean, one of the things that we're looking at as well, with a couple of my colleagues, BDAI Inc. is something you're going to be hearing some more of, which is going to be a consulting firm that's doing what we're doing right now with education institutions. We're bringing that to businesses as well. So how could businesses use artificial intelligence? So it's BDAI is big data AI. How could we leverage our big data AI and in terms of different aspects of your company? And really what we're looking at is actuarial science and data science. How could we marry actuarial science and data science, which is two elements that's important with money and data and insurance that we're going to be looking at. So stay tuned.
Oh, man, this has been wonderful. Thank you for your time today,
you,
Dr. Charles. This has been wonderful, wonderful. You know, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Wonderful. That was fantastic. I want everybody to know that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash app that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, The Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM, BBM Media, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave it inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things, and then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I'm Ramon Gray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw. I'm the CEO of 5-Star BDM, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to inspire, empower, and educate businesses about business. Please join me in welcoming Tracy McDuffie, a visionary leader and a trailblazer in the world of business. Tracy's journey is one of resilience, creativity, and unwavering commitment to excellence. With a keen eye for innovation and a heart dedicated to community upliftment, Tracy has not only built a successful law practice, but has also been a guiding light for aspiring entrepreneurs, especially in the Black community. In its latest literary endeavor, The Call You Can't Miss, Tracy McDuffie offers a compelling narrative that resonates deeply with both aspiring and seasoned entrepreneurs and professionals. This book is a masterful blend of personal anecdotes, practical wisdom, and insightful strategies that guide readers on a journey of professional growth and personal fulfillment. Let's warmly welcome Tracy McDuffie, a beacon of inspiration for us all on the Black Business Network. There he is.
Hey, Grant, how you doing?
I'm doing so well. So glad you could join us this afternoon. I really appreciate it. I always honor time, and your time is valuable. And the fact that you're spending time with us to impart some wisdom, and your book, wow, a blowaway book. But before we get deep into that, let the audience know a little bit more about Tracy McDuffie, the lawyer, and what led you to write this book.
Of course, Grant. So Tracy McDuffie, the lawyer, I'm a personal injury lawyer located here in the state of Florida, but I'm actually licensed to practice law in both Florida and Georgia. So I took 2 bar exams and passed them both on the first try. So I have been practicing law now for a decade, and I have just, enjoyed it. It was a childhood dream of mine to practice law and become a lawyer one day. But the journey to the book started because even though I was practicing law, and there's a lot of good things, there's a lot of ups and downs in any profession that you have, there was something calling me to do more. I just felt that I needed to make a bigger impact in the world, and I was made to make a bigger impact in the world. So I started a pursuit just to figure out what my ultimate purpose was in life. And that led me to a 40-day fast, which led me to journaling every day of the fast, which then turned into a book, which we'll talk about later, and which led to me now coaching other individuals and men on how they can come to the point where they are discovering and living their purpose as well.
Well, that is the crutch of the journey. As we come here today and we listen, because I read your book, and you were on my show about a couple of months back. We really kind of because you kicked it off, I think, around the September timeframe. And let everybody know this is wonderful, and I love the work that you're doing, and specifically the brotherhood that you've built out in Tallahassee through church and community, and your wife and your children. This is a testimony. You've put a lot of things out there, a lot of professionals in your seat. They might feel a certain way, but they haven't been able to articulate it. You took that on. You went on this 40-day fast. You came back and you said, I've got something I need to talk about. Tell us a little bit about that journey.
So the journey was very enlightening, Grant, because probably 3 to 5 years before I went on this fast, I had been asking myself, what is my purpose in life? What is my purpose? And like I mentioned a little bit earlier, I just knew I was meant for something bigger. I knew there was just more to life. And when I did that, it spawned out of living life and having fulfillment in so many areas, but still feeling empty, if that makes any sense. I had a good relationship with my wife, my kids, my family, my friends, and everything, but still waking up every day and just saying, something is missing. And even being in a great work environment now, still, even though the work itself is cool and the people you work with you might love, I figured it was probably in my profession because that's where I spend most of my time. Sure. So knowing that, I said, okay, I think it's there. That's the part that's probably leaving me a little unfulfilled. So the journey started there, and I looked at work and I said, I love what I do. I love the people who I work with. But at the end of the day, I'm doing it more for a paycheck and not because it just drives me to actually do it every day. And I wanted something that when I got out of bed, I just loved to do it. And it got me up, and I was just prepared to go in and tackle the day and love it, not just do it because it pays the bills, which is important when you have a wife and 4 kids, but still I wanted it to be a little more than that.
Well, it has been more than that. And you didn't just leave it there. I think a lot of people, especially, when you're high performing in your career, you're high performing in business. I've seen it with a lot of different people, and they're doing great, even in entertainment and athleticism. And then you see people, they need to do something more than just that. That I'm more than just this. It's like you said, it's like nothing wrong with, you know, certain things. It's not like it has to be fixed. It's just I feel like I'm not being all that I can be. And through your book, I think you're putting some things down, and you're starting to see, like, not only Tracy McDuffie, the lawyer, but Tracy McDuffie, the author, and also I would say the coach, and helping others. Because think about all these other lawyers or just professional people that are similar to what you do across America, specifically in the Black community. Like, man, I wish I had a voice. I wish somebody understood what I'm feeling. And you took that feeling and you articulated that book. And tell us more about the book.
Okay, so the book is called The Call You Can't Miss: The Keys to Living a Purpose-Infused Life. And the interesting and funny thing about the book, Grant, is you won't see anywhere printed in the book, actually, The Call You Can't Miss, because it started off really as a title that was too long, and my publisher said, you have to cut that down. You cannot, it's not going to grab anyone's attention. Of course, she said you can keep it, but I suggest you probably get something a little more catchy, or something that people can remember, because people remember books when they're short and to the point. So that's what The Call You Can't Miss came from. But it comes from 4 different pillars, all words that begin with the letter P. So we start with purpose, potential, power, and passion. And I go into each one of those, and I dive deep into each single one of those, and tie them all together. It's kind of cyclical, and tie them all together into how you can live the life of your dreams, the life of your calling, the life of your purpose into the book. So that's that. Now, each P, like I said, we dive a little deep into it, but with purpose is more, though, that P, we talk about how to discover your purpose, the fact that you actually do have a purpose, and that's what we do in that P. And then the next P is potential. Is one, you have to believe that you have the potential to make your dreams come true, and also maximizing that potential, because a lot of times people fall short of everything that they can do. And then with power, we get into, you have to unleash it. There's a lot of stuff inside of you that's built up, but until you unleash it, it will never come to fruition. And you have to realize that you are not limited, that you have unlimited power, especially when it's an area that you are called or you were designed to do. And then I wrap it back around with passion, and how living a life of passion is evident to you, is evident to others. It's easy to identify your passions because it's things that you either spend a lot of time on, or you will do for free, or just do for fun. And how that all kind of ties back into purpose, and it just goes around in a circle. So those are the pillars of the book.
Well, the book is definitely very well written, very well rounded. I like the narratives. And I'd like you to talk about your favorite chapter. I know you say, oh, the whole book, and you got your a lot of chapters that are important. But I know that, and the reason I bring this up is that we have an audience out here that's a worldwide audience in the Black diaspora. Knowing what you know about the Black community, what message do you want to speak to us that really resonates in one of the chapters of your book?
Okay, so chapter 3, we're still under the first pillar of purpose in chapter 3. And that is my favorite chapter, because it's talking about probably the most important thing that we all deal with in our lives, and that's people. So that chapter is called The Inner Circle. And it talks about all the different people in your lives and the roles that people will play. So I started with your fans. And I talk about how your fans are not part of your team. They are not part of your inner circle. Fans are there to cheer for you, but fans only cheer for you when you provide them with the benefit. If a fan it's only there for their benefit. They are not part of your team. And you can see it in sports, to make it illustrative. You can see it in sports. You see a player who leaves a team to go to another team that might offer either more money or an opportunity to win a championship, and how the fans boo that player when they come back, even though that player gave that team everything that they had. So they're in it for their benefit. They don't necessarily care about you, especially when you switch teams. And if someone doesn't care about you doing what's best for you, they are not part of your team. They shouldn't be part of your inner circle. So make sure you keep them at bay. And then I go on to talk about your teammates. I talk about your coaches, and I talk about your cheerleaders as well. So your cheerleaders are people who are going to cheer you on. That might be your closest family and friends. They might not be able to play the sport, if we're using a sport analogy. They might not be able to be a doctor, be a lawyer, be whatever you may be able to be. They might not even be able to necessarily instruct you or give you any guidance in that area, but they're cheering for you. They're there when the times are rough. They're there to tell you, hey, you can do it. They might even be there to connect you with other people who might be able to help you. They just can't do it, but they're there to cheer for you. So cheerleaders, when you think of a sports team, cheerleaders don't just cheer for the team. If you look at sports, they get the crowd. They get the crowd hyped up as well. Yeah, so the cheerleaders are there to cheer for you and to try to get as many people on your side and many people to cheer for you and in your corner to help you go along. So that's what your cheerleaders do. Then you have your coaches. So your coaches are people who may have been there before, or people who can guide you to where you want to go. They see things that you may not see. They have experiences that you have not had. So they can help you avoid some of those pitfalls that you might fall into. When you think about it from a sports theme, especially in football, there's a coach's box way above the field. And usually an offensive coordinator or a defensive coordinator is up there in that coach's box. Well, the advantage of them being up there, the reason they're up there is because they can see the whole field. Down on the field, you can't see the whole field. You can't see what's happening on the other side of the field. You might not be able to see what all 22 players on the field are doing. But those coaches have a great vantage point. They can see the whole field, so they can help you make adjustments, because they say, hey, when we're running this play or we're lining up in this formation, this is what this team is doing. Bringing it back to you in your purpose and the people in your corner, they've seen it. They know. They have some wisdom or knowledge. So your coaches are going to get you to where you need to go. They can provide you with the resources, and all you have to do is follow the game plan. Now, the thing is, the coaches can't play for you. So they're going to give you guidance. The good thing about coaches is they're different from your cheerleaders, because the cheerleaders, they're going to cheer for you. They're happy with the results. The coach can't get the results for you. So the coach is probably going to be tougher on you a little bit, which is a good thing, because the only way that the coach knows if he's successful or she is successful is when they see the results that you have. So that's the coaches. And then finally, you have your teammates. So the teammates are your people who are down in the trenches with you. You know, if you're building a business, it's your team. Even if you're, for me, like a lawyer, if I'm getting ready to go to court, it's the paralegal, it's the other people who are assisting and making sure that everything is ready, because I can't not do everything when it comes to that time. So you have to have your teammates, because no one ever wins without a team. No matter how successful you might think you are, how great you might think you are, without a team, you're not winning. Now, when I think about, and you're the captain of your team. So when I think about it in football, I'm going to say you're the quarterback of your team. So your job is to make sure that you are leading the team in the right direction, and everyone is playing their role, and that we don't have someone who wants to be the quarterback when that's not their job. You are the captain of your team. You are always the leader of your team, but you can play on other teams as well, and you may not be the quarterback. But when it comes to your team, you have to make sure that you are doing everything you need to do to make sure everybody's in the right position and playing their role. And if they're not, then those people don't need to be part of your team. So that chapter 3 is my favorite, because it really dives deep into what we deal with the most, And that's people, and how the people around you can impact you, how they can help you elevate or sometimes bring you down from where you need to go, and the importance of making sure that you have everyone in the right position so you can win.
Man, that is, first, that's great wisdom, great understanding. And to get that early, I encourage especially all of our younger viewers to understand who are in what your circle is comprised of. And there are concentric circles. There's, your primary circle, secondary, tertiary. But understand, once you start treating someone that's in that tertiary circle like that, in your inner circle, that's an imbalance. Or secondary circle, that's an imbalance. But you, as you just said, you're the quarterback. So you are in charge of how you run your team and what the priorities truly are. And if you've communicated your values very eloquently, so everyone understands where you sit. I think you did a great job of that in your book. I think you're doing a great job of that in your family and your community. So people, they don't have to guess, well, what is Tracy all about? Well, I think you've said it. This is what I'm about. And if you want to be a part of, Team Tracy, right, put in your application, right? So you kind of see where you sit. I want to talk about something, because lots of people have either wanted to write a book, they're writing a book, or they published a book. Talk to us about your journey, the experience of actually, first you had to make the decision to write it. You said, okay, I'm gonna write it. Then you mentioned your publisher. There's a whole process behind the scenes that you have to go through in order to finally see that book on a Barnes & Noble or Amazon or that type of thing. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Of course. So when I started writing the book, I actually wasn't planning to write a book. Now, I did have, probably back in 2017, I said, I would like to write a book one day. And that's just because I'm an avid reader. I read a lot. So, I was like, it'd be nice to say I'm an author one day. It's something that, when you put your words on paper, Grant, it's something that will live on. It's something that way past when I'm dead and gone. My kids will have this. My grandkids can know that I wrote a book. It's just, it lives on. So it's a way of leaving some type of print, no matter how big or small, on the road. So I had this 2017, I said, right, I just didn't know what it would be about. And it was just one of those things that thought it was a great idea. It stayed in the back of my head, but I just never really pursued it. So when I started on the fast, I just started journaling every day. And when I started journaling, some of the stuff that I was finding out about myself was so powerful that I said, I'm going to write a book. And even at first, it was a little bit, unfortunately, I would say selfish. I don't really want to use that word. I don't think there's a better word. I just don't know another word to use, but maybe a little bit selfish, like, hey, yeah, I'm going to write a book. This will be great. And then somewhere in there, after I got into writing it, I said, no, I need to write this book. It went from I'm writing a book, it's cool. I need to write this book because other people need to hear this. I didn't want anyone else feeling what I was feeling. And if I could provide some type of guidance or tools to someone to say, hey, if you're feeling this way in life, if you don't know your purpose, or you're feeling stuck, or you're feeling like you're unfulfilled, pick up this book. Hopefully it can give you a nugget or two on what you can do to get out of that feeling. So that started the journey of writing the book. And when I started writing the book, excuse me for 1 second. So when I started writing the book, it's a process. It really is a process. I wrote, I just found time to write, but I was so passionate about it that I just created time. Anytime it was free time, I would write. I'd be in the shower thinking of something, and I just keep repeating it so I wouldn't forget it and get out and write it down or type it out. Or I'd be sometimes driving and just think of something. I just dictate something on my phone. So the writing process, I wrote it. It probably took me about 8 months to write it. And then about another 6 months or so to get it published. I read it so much that at one point I was tired of reading my own book. I was like, I've seen this stuff so many times, but you have to, just to make sure everything's well, and when it hits publication, that everything's right. But it is a process. It is a process. But I would encourage anyone, if you have the dream to do it, because here's the thing. If you're passionate about something, or you have an idea that you want to share, it's a good chance that you might already have a lot of ideas for your book, or your book may be written already. People think, and I'm saying this, if I can write a book, anyone can write a book. There's nothing that special about me. If you have something that you do or talk about, or you own a business, there's something in there that you have done that you can say, hey, I have the tools to put this out and get this to someone else. Because really, a lot of it is the knowledge that's in your head already, and just putting it down on paper.
100% on that. But all of our experiences are valuable. Each and every one of us has unique experiences that, when we share those experiences with others, it allows them to have a better experience or a deeper experience, or like, hey, you don't want to repeat some of these things, or it validates some of those feelings that we have. Feelings is a big component of being a human being. And we'll go through those experiences thinking like, am I good enough? Where's my confidence? Am I doing the right thing? Am I on the right road? Or why is this happening to me? What is going on? You impact on yourself. You did some things that I really like, and I think I encourage our audience to do, is self-reflection. Do some serious self-reflection. This is not for social media. This is not for, prime time for everyone to know. This is something to get to know yourself. Self-actualization, self-awareness will create confidence in who you are as a person to weather the storms of the objective world. Because no one ever knows exactly how that day or that week or that month or that year is going to go. However, your internal fortitude is so important. And we've got to find those ways of getting greater awareness about ourselves, greater confidence about ourselves, and that assurance. I got out of your book some assurance, like, yeah, you're going to have moments in time. You're going to, like say, you've got your team together, you get out there, but at the end of the day, you got to execute the play. And if you're not 100% confident or on your game, you haven't done it, or maybe, you quit. I've seen a lot of people to get on the field, you know what? I quit. I'm just done. And you need to do some self-evaluation on that. Not to say like, oh, well, you just can, because it depends on what it is that you're doing. What is your goal? What is your true purpose and passion for what you're doing? Because if you have a purpose and a passion that you must get this done, you said your journey to write the book was like 14, 15-month journey. That's a year and a half of commitment.
Yes.
You're running a business. You have a marriage. You have a family. That's a lot. So to persevere through that and then get it done and published, and here you are today. Because if you didn't do that, we would not be talking today.
Correct.
Right? I wouldn't even know Tracy McDowell. Who is that? But because you did that, we do have this opportunity to talk. You did create a future in that distant past that is right now, which I really, really love about what you're doing. Because again, I'm going to say this, and people listening, everyone has moments where they're just not confident about who they are and what they're doing. Would you agree with that?
I would. I've had them, and even today, I still have them sometimes.
Yeah. And so, and that's okay. It's just, how do we now navigate through those? Because feelings, like a lot of things in this world, they have polarities. Polarities of where they're positive, polarities of where they're negative. But understanding those things and where you sit in relation to everything in your world, in your thoughts, in your feelings, in your physicalities, in your relationships, in your career, all of these things are intertwined together, and how you navigate through the field of yourself. is very, very, very important. We've got about 10 minutes left. We got 10 minutes left. And this is, on my podcast, I always do that. I want to give Tracy the mic. Because I want you to speak to my audience, to our audience. This is a worldwide audience. Speak to the audience what you feel is most important for them to get out of this particular session that you're on today.
Okay. So the first thing, and this is the most important thing, is that we were all created for a reason. That's where the purpose comes from. We were all created for a purpose. I am sitting in a chair right now. The purpose of this chair is to hold my weight. This chair cannot say it wants to hold the walls of the building that I'm sitting in right now. It won't do it. That's what those walls are for. If those walls said, I didn't want to be a wall, I wasn't created to be a wall, I want to be a chair, then this whole building collapses on me. We were all created to do something, and that something is very specific, and that something was created for us. And when we're operating in that, because we were created to do it, we will do it at the highest level that we can. Here's the problem. A lot of people never ever live their purpose, either because they don't know it or they learn it and then they don't know how to get started. Now, I want everyone to know their purpose and everyone to believe that they can achieve their purpose. And here's why. And how I said when I was going through the book, how it turned from selfishness to I need to get this out here. Your purpose is bigger than you. Most people don't really receive a direct benefit per se from their purpose. Your purpose is to impact the world. If everyone had the same talents, abilities, gifts, and goals, then society would be very boring and it would be very chaotic and disarray. If we had no doctors, where would we go when we needed medical attention? If everyone was a doctor, what would we do when someone harmed us or wronged us? If there were no lawyers, if there were no engineers, how would we have all these nice buildings and homes and everything and cars that we have? So we were all meant to do something bigger, and it's beyond ourselves. We were all meant to create and do something that impacts society as a whole. So the reason I want everyone to live their purpose, discover their purpose, and fulfill their purpose is because you will benefit the whole world, not just yourself. You will benefit others when you discover your purpose. And the big thing, Grant, is it's a message of hope. You know, we live in a world right now where times are very sad, especially when you look at, and I'm not going to make this political or take this in a political way, but when you look at, mass shootings, for example, you have young people, you have young men who are 19, 20 years old going into a store or somewhere and shooting a whole bunch of people, knowing that basically once they do that, their lives are over. And at such a young age, and we're talking to a college audience here, at such a young age, you have so much to do with the rest of your life. Why would you give up hope? But those people, I feel like they don't have hope. They don't have the thought that, I can be what I want to be when I grow up. I can grow up and have a family. I can be successful. I can, impact and touch the lives of so many others. I can live in my dream house. I can drive my dream car. They don't have that hope. So they're ending their lives basically, even if, they survive it, they're going to jail for the rest of their lives at such a young age. For what? Because they don't have hope. But if you know that you have a purpose and you know that, hey, I was created to leave some type of impact in this world, and you go and pursue that and do it, the world's a better place. We wouldn't have that because no one would want to jeopardize their life over something that dumb because they didn't benefit in any way from that. And obviously, it's a lot of other people who are hurt and harmed because of their actions. So I just want to leave that word is that we all have a purpose. You have a purpose. It is bigger than you. So it is incumbent upon you not to be selfish and say, hey, this is okay. Because I'll be transparent. I am doing pretty good as a lawyer. But I feel my purpose is bigger than that. So I would be very selfish to say, hey, you know, I'm just going to be a lawyer for the rest of my life and, you know, make this nice income and, you know, my family's good and everything. But I feel like I was called to do something much more. So I cannot just take life as it is right now, knowing that there's probably something, or no, not probably, there is something bigger for me on the other side.
I 100% agree. And thank you for that, because that's what we find out when, as you look at your skill sets. You have a great skill set being a lawyer, you know, and what you're doing. You know that business very, very well. You're good at it. I'm not going to say you can do it in your sleep, but you're probably, you know, very proficient in being the type of lawyer that you are. And then that's what opens the door to other things. It opens the door to what else can I do? And I know we had a conversation a few months back. You start looking at your own community, people you grew up with, people that are, you know, are doing certain things, and they're like, how can I be of service for them? How can I be of service for them? And it's not just because you have other people in the profession. You have people that are accomplished doctors, or they're accomplished in academics, or they're accomplished in certain things, but then they have that feeling of unfulfillment. They're like, you know, I'm doing it. I'm good at being this. I can definitely go out there and operate on people, and that's great, but I don't feel, I'm just going through the motions of life. And there is that feeling, oh, as the outside world looking in, and say, oh, well, you're a doctor, you're fine. Oh, well, you're a lawyer. What problems do you have? You know, and as you said, I'm a human being. I have other things that I am dealing with that's so important. You talked about that in your book.
Yes, I did. Because that is very true. There's a lot of people you don't want to look. You see CEOs jumping off buildings and committing suicide, and these people are making millions of dollars a year. And most people who grew up poor, like me, would love to make millions of dollars a year, right? And we're like, what problems do you have? They're humans. That's the problem that they have. They're humans. So the thing is that these people, they still go through stuff. They still have issues because they, for the fact that, one, that they're human, two, they have issues. So it doesn't matter how much money someone makes or what profession they have. If these people are not fulfilled, these people are still going to live lives where they feel like they have no purpose and they're unfulfilled.
I am back. All right, so we're going to wrap up here, Tracy. If you don't mind, please give us your contact information. What is the best way to contact you?
So tracymcduffie.com is my website. So my name spelled right there, just tracymcduffie.com, Tracy McDuffie on Facebook, Tracy McDuffie on Instagram as well. And I would encourage you, even though I do coaching, I would encourage you, the cheapest way, especially for college students, I was one too at one point, for you to learn. And this is just the book, The Call You Can't Miss. Okay. Only $20 on Amazon or Barnes and Noble. And I'm telling you this, like I said, part of my purpose, because I just feel that it will help you in your endeavor. Is not necessarily self-promote me, and trust me, the cut that I get from Amazon is not making that much of a difference, but it's important, and I want to be able to help people. So I think that's the cheapest way to get on the track of what you need to do for your purpose.
Oh, that is wonderful. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash app that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2023, NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, The Hello LLC, BBM Media, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shining Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black Business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is...
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public...
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We are speakers from North Carolina, Georgia, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And our next speaker, Christopher Cunning. He is a renowned health IT strategist and one of the first Black CIOs of Grady Health System. He's a renowned health IT strategist and digital healthcare transformation leader. He served as the former Senior Vice President of Digital Acceleration at Divergent and the chair of the Morehouse School of Medicine Industry Advisory Committee. Also a faculty member at Dignity Health Global Education, Christopher is a 2020 HIMSS changemaker and hosts discussions on critical topics like health IT, digital health, as well as EHR systems. He is based in Atlanta, Georgia, and associated with the Georgia Tech Scheller School of Business. He actively contributes to groups like the Black Executives Network and AHIMA, as well as HIMSS Georgia and the NAHSE, also in Georgia. He champions initiatives like the Black Wall Street Trail and the Seminole Maroon Freedom Trail, emphasizing health equity and community engagement. As a Real Men Wear Pink ambassador for the American Cancer Society, he extends his impact beyond professional boundaries, demonstrating a commitment to societal betterment and healthcare advancement. Let us welcome Christopher Cunning to the Black Business Network.
Good afternoon. How you doing, Grant?
I'm doing great. You're looking great, my man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I am so glad you could be there. I think I made one mistake. I said that you were the former CIO of Grady. You were actually at Piedmont. Is that correct?
Yes, I was at Piedmont Healthcare, and I've also been a CIO across the country for various health systems, both behavioral health organizations, long-term care, FQHCs, and other entities as well too. So I've got a wide and background of serving a number of different healthcare ecosystems across the country.
Well, let's unpack that just a little bit. First of all, I got to congratulate you. When you're talking about being a chief information officer of a major healthcare system, especially when you did it back in the early 2000s, that is it's an amazing achievement. Here you are now in 2023. Talk to us about why do you feel either that there should be more people of color in the C-suite as a CIO, or what that challenge is to become a CIO in today's world?
Wow, that's a really, really good question. I'll start with the latter first. As we look at the overall changes and challenges that exist in healthcare today, our healthcare ecosystem should reflect the communities that we serve. And so, whether it's doctors or nurses, healthcare professionals, behavioral health care specialists, or even the technologists like myself, who provide and serve those solutions that support the delivery of care, we need to have individuals represented that, again, look like those communities that we serve. When we think about things like health equity related issues or social determinant of health issues, a lot of those things tend to be marginalized, or maybe in some cases not even thought about for groups who are not underrepresented. And I do think it's important for us to have individuals who come from those communities, who have those life experiences, to be at the table having those discussions when we're talking about how do we deliver care to a specific group or population, because we can bring, uh, again, our life experiences, our perspective from those communities to these discussions that will help us provide better care for those underserved communities or those communities that look like ourselves. And
I
then,
totally agree with that. It's
yeah, and then you ask, what does it take to really move into that space? I think if you look at where I originally started, over 2 decades ago now, almost, where there were almost next to none African American CIOs, specifically in healthcare at that time. We probably have moved the needle a few percentage points, and still, I would venture to guess less than 5% of healthcare leaders, healthcare IT leaders across major healthcare systems are African American. And if you break that down even more, even less when it comes to women that are African Americans serving and sitting in those seats as well too. So we still have quite a bit of ways to go to again represent a respectable percentage of the leadership within these institutions. And I do think it's going to take us building pipelines of professionals, starting with at the high school, college level, to start to inspire people to have an interest in these spaces, and then be very intentional about cultivating, coaching, and mentoring individuals to be able to move into the C-suite roles. We were, I think, at least I was traditionally taught by my parents, grandparents, that you go to school, you work hard, and you can be successful. Well, that's part of the equation, but that's not all of the equation, because everybody can, for the most part, most people go to school. Though those who have gone to school got the degrees, and multiple degrees in some cases. Go to work every day, work hard, but don't always, move up and move through their career to the C-suite. That journey is one that requires much more um, um, navigation, mentorship, sponsorship, and understanding of the politics of, how do you move from an individual contributor role to the C-suite. It's not just about working hard. It's about working smart. It's about building relationships. It's about establishing a brand that shows that you can operate, as an executive. And it's about being invited into that community of leaders. It's not about just being promoted. It's actually about how do you are now invited to be a part of that community, such that people are now helping you navigate your career and ultimately move into those executive level positions within an organization.
That's so important. The experience, the emotional intelligence, the situational awareness that you cannot get simply by going to school and getting, you get technical knowledge,
Right.
understanding the business, but understanding people is quite an endeavor.
Right.
And they all have agendas, and
That's right.
fit, right?
And not only understanding people, but also getting people to become your advocates, your sponsors, your cheerleaders, those folks who are going to now raise their hands in rooms where you're not going to be in and say, I think Christopher is ready, prepared, is the right person that I'm going to stand behind and help position to move into these, one of these senior level roles in the future. And that's where I think a lot of times, especially we as African Americans, get frustrated in our career journey. Sometimes we'll, see an individual that'll come into the organization. We might even mentor and train them to a certain degree, and then they end up getting promoted beyond us. And ultimately, you see them move aggressively or their careers accelerate, aggressively, because they have now secured what we don't a lot of times understand is that sponsorship and that support. And so we tend to think, oh, well, it can be a bias issue or a discrimination issue. And I can't say that that doesn't happen. It does happen. But there are individuals who do look like us, who have been successful, who have navigated to the upper echelons of leadership in their respective organizations. And color, did not impede their ability to ultimately move to those roles, because they, again, understood or were taught or mentored about how to, again, navigate the C-suite. What's important, a lot of times, again, we will think a job as a 9 to 5. I come here at 9 o'clock and I leave at 5 and I'm out. Well, executives don't work a 9 to 5 job. It's a very fluid role. And some days I may need to be in the office at 6 a.m. or 7. And then some days I may need to stay to 7 or 8 or 9. Or maybe there's an event I have to attend in the evening I need to be present at. Or an association I need to be involved in, because that, is where the organization is investing its time and energy. And in many cases, individuals may say, well, they're not paying me to do that. Well, no, they're not paying you to do that, but that's an important part of the process of showing that you can operate within these circles that they are accustomed to. And it's really interesting in that, a corporate structure is really based on an English monarchy structure. And what I mean by that is, in an English monarchy structure, you have a king, a queen, a prince, princesses, dukes and earls, and so on and so forth, down to the peasants. A corporate structure is set up the same way. You have employees, you have managers, you have your supervisors, you have managers, you have directors, you have VPs, senior VPs, and then, the C-suite, the executives, and ultimately the CEO is the king or the queen, and the CFO, the CIO, and the COO are, the princesses and princesses, and it goes on and further down. So that the structure is not designed really to promote everybody. It's really designed to eliminate the majority of the people. And those people who were once, a part of the population, who now become knights. They get knighted, right?
Yeah.
The king or queen taps them on the shoulder with a sword. Now you're a part of the aristocracies, right? And then, you might marry a princess or something, and then you get moved into that level. It's about being invited into those communities. And you don't just get that because you're, a hard worker, or a great fighter or whatever. You've had to build alliances. You've had to build relationships. You have had to gain favor of the leadership, such that they are now anointing you to be now a part of their community. And that's where a lot of times we get frustrated and we decide to, okay, I'm going to go out and get another degree because this one didn't get me where I wanted to go, or I'm going to leave the company because they're not fair, and then go somewhere else and they experience the same problem or challenge. Well, the game doesn't change just because you move to another company. It's a different set of circumstances, different set of people, but the monarchy structure is still there regardless of where you go. And it's not until you get to the top of that ladder to be the prince or the CEO or king or queen that you can change the rules. And so the rules are what they are. And you have to know how to navigate those rules effectively. And then once you get into positions of influence, you can make changes if you wish. But the reality is everybody can't sit in the seat of the CEO, and everybody can't sit in the seat of the CIO. There's only going to be one. And you have to decide, are you going to be that one?
Yeah.
But you can help somebody else later on. They can be part of your succession plan, or you could move them into other senior roles into the organization and have it more reflective of the community. But you ultimately have to get into those positions of influence to be able to do that.
I feel like I was just on an episode of Game of Thrones.
It really is. It really is. I mean, I was fundamentally, and I won't say the organization I was with, but I was with an organization and was looking to move into an executive level position, and approached the current executive in that role, who was a Caucasian male, and asked him, what his plans were, what his succession plans were, and he didn't necessarily have them. One, and I asked him, would he consider me as a part of that? And he said, quite honestly, culturally, I don't think they're ready for a person of color in a role like this. Flat out told me
the truth. Yeah,
told me the truth. He said, you're better off going somewhere else. Now, I didn't let that necessarily deter me, and ultimately understood that it was about my brand. It was about the fact that I didn't have those relationships. They didn't know who I was. They didn't know I could operate, as an executive. I could, communicate, articulate business challenges, be a part of discussions, lead projects that were, senior level projects, et cetera. And so I had to change and shift the paradigm for those individuals who were influencing those decisions, which I ultimately did, and ultimately was able to secure the position over time. But that took me building those relationships,
and understanding the game, understanding the game,
and creating a perception and a brand that says, oh, this guy does operate as an executive. Maybe we need to take a second look at him, and seriously consider him for a leadership role, an executive leadership role in the organization, because I was already a leader in the organization. It's not, how do I now move to that next level of executive leadership?
Let me ask you, you've been doing consulting now for a while, and that gives you the, a ticket to the C-suite, meaning you sit down with C-suite executives all the time, talking to them about, especially now, let's talk about now, meaning in AI, artificial intelligence is a game changer. You can't just sit there with your current, let's say your technology stack. Let's talk about your business operations, and expect to operate and be successful as you were before. AI is really, a game changer, a leveler, and a tool that's got to be changing the political landscape. A lot of these. Talk to us as if we are one of the CEOs of a major corporation, and they need guidance around what do I do now for the next 6 to 18 months with this new reality?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I'm going to keep it in the paradigm of specifically kind of around healthcare, because that's where a lot of my influence and activity now exists today. And I think some other industries are a little more mature around their adoption of technology, and their appreciation of it as well too. I think the first thing we have to come to grips with it, and again, specifically in this space, but I would say it's probably true for all businesses as well too, is that healthcare is really the next utility. IT is the next utility. When you think about it, when you run a business, let's take a restaurant. It's almost impossible to run a restaurant today without electricity.
Yeah.
Right? It's very difficult. It's almost impossible also to run that restaurant very effectively without water and plumbing. Exactly. Because you got to make the food, you got to wash your hands, you got to keep the place clean. All the needs, you got to serve the customers, drinks. And then I would also challenge and say that it's equally as impossible today to run a business without IT. Every business, financial, and in healthcare, clinical, operational decision made has an IT component built into it. From the time you pick up your phone and decide what doctor you're going to go see, and make an appointment. Right? The time you make the call that person or that hospital, that clinic to try to make an appointment. That time they send you something, a text or something, I need you to validate your insurance or fill out this information before you come in. The research that you've done, on your chronic disease or issue that you're dealing with. The directions you need to get to the location and the parking. The fact that you might pay your parking, on your phone. To when you walk into that facility and they do the intake, they're registering you, they're doing your pre-authorization and determining your eligibility for insurance, to time they put you in a waiting room, to your doctor coming in with the laptop or the nurse coming in with the laptop and taking your vitals and they're entering it into, the electronic health record system. To the time the doctor comes in and says, okay, yeah, we need to take some tests. And then now they're ordering tests to the point where, okay, well, you've got some issue that requires surgery or some other physical, intervention, and they're coming into the OR and all the different monitoring devices that are monitoring your health to the point where they put you into a recovery room. And now they're ordering, ice and food and, medications for you while you're there to you when you get discharged. And now you're getting discharged, your discharge papers. And then they're submitting the claim for payment, whether it's your insurer or directly to you. All of that is now done through technology, to the fact that the TV is now, on the IT infrastructure, your phone, your air conditioning, the security and cameras in the hospital or in your business. All of that stuff is on IT. And so technology is the next utility. It absolutely is necessary for us to be able to conduct business and specifically in healthcare to deliver care. And our natural evolution of this is to continue to adopt the most advanced technologies. That technology has a really short life cycle as well too. So we're between 24 and 40, 48 or so months before something new or a new generation of something's coming out. So it's ever evolving, ever changing. We have to leverage it more like a service, less than us having to build, buy, and manage these things internally. And that's why the majority of software now, you don't buy a computer disk anymore, right? And install it into your computer. You go out on the internet and you download it. It's all service oriented. It's all just like the utilities, right? You don't have a power station in your backyard. You don't have it unless you live in a rural area. You don't have a water pump pumping water into your house. It's all municipalities. And the same thing is with IT. And so, first of all, we have to adopt that understanding and that knowledge that that's where we are today. You can't get away from it. You can't put your head in the sand. Everything you do today has got technology component in it. The question is, how do you maximize it? Now, fast forward. The whole big conversation today is around machine learning and artificial intelligence. Like anything, 100 years ago when we were talking about, X-rays, people were afraid of those things, right? How can something look inside of our body and tell, what's going on in there? We were afraid to adopt those things, advancing to, robotics. Now we're doing robotic surgery. And people were afraid, can a robot actually make an incision as well as a human being? And now they use it every day. AI and machine learning is just a natural progression of how we're going to continue to leverage technology to provide services, deliver better care, make better business and clinical decisions, and make even more informed decisions as patients as well too. The other challenge we're having in the industry is that we're losing a massive amounts of healthcare professionals. They're getting older and retiring, or people are just choosing not to go into healthcare. It's not as glamorous of a profession as people thought it used to be. It's very stressful, especially COVID brought a lot of that out, with a lot of healthcare professionals. And it's very, emotionally taxing as well too. And so as we start to get older, the baby boomers, every day 10,000 people are turning 65, and that will be a trend for the next 25 years. By 2050, 1/4 of the world's population will be over 65. Literally 1/4 of the whole world will be over 65 years of age, which means as we get older, we start using more of the healthcare system, right? We have one or more comorbidity issues. We're going to have high blood pressure, hypertension, diabetes, congestive heart failure, rheumatoid arthritis, poor vision, a multitude of illnesses as we get older naturally. And so we're going to task the healthcare system anymore. So we absolutely have to use technologies like AI, machine learning to replace those people who we're not going to replace as a result of them retiring. This wave of, or what they call the silver tsunami of people who are getting older that have one or more comorbidity issues and not enough healthcare professionals to take care of them. And for us as consumers to be able to manage our own care as effectively as we can by being better informed about what options are available. And AI is going to be a big component of that.
Wow, lot to take in, as and I've heard this a lot from a lot of different C-suite executives. I have ability, different associations that I work with that you're also a part of.
Right.
That puts me in proximity with a lot of these leaders in thought leadership and thinking about, okay, how do I manage really? I tell you, we're doing business plans now for 2024. And this, like last year's business plans, probably, and you compare it to what this business plan is going to look like in 20, you probably throw it completely out the window. It's like, well, that ain't going to work.
Absolutely.
This is rapidly changing the scope. You have a much more informed population of people than you ever had before, which could be good or bad, depending on what kind of information they got. And if you're continuing to operate as if this was 1956 delivery of healthcare, that's a problem.
It is, and I think and it's a double-edged sword. To your point, one, we're much more informed, or we're going to do much more research than maybe our parents or our grandparents did. They just trusted the doctor's advice about whatever the option of care was. Versus today, we can go out and Google, I've got hypertension, what alternative care? I have holistic care, traditional medicine, Eastern medicine, Western medicine, all sorts of different types of options, and explore those options and then be able to make more informed decisions, or at least go back to our healthcare provider and say, hey, have you looked at this recent report that came out? Or this recent research? What about this option? You're telling me to take that pill, but actually I did some research on it and I know it's got all these side effects. Is there something else I can take, or not take, to deal with this issue? So we're much more informed consumers. The challenge you have too, and some of the concerns healthcare providers have around using artificial intelligence and machine learning platforms is if it's not curated and governed information, those technologies are going out and pulling data from all sources, whether those sources are accurate and complete or not. And there could be what they call data hallucinations that happen that say, okay, I went out to this crazy website and I pulled some data and I'm using that as a part of my analysis along with, peer reviewed data, and I'm presenting that back to you as these options. Some of that data has some level of efficacy to it, and some of the data may not. And so that's part of the concern healthcare providers have about using technologies like AI. How do we govern it? How do we ensure the efficacies of the data that they're curating and presenting back so that we do no harm to the patient themselves? And there lies the challenge and the opportunity as well. I think the other thing too, again, staying on the healthcare side, is with any new technology, clinicians are a little adverse at first to use it in the delivery of care because they don't want to do harm to the patient. But there's other applications for these technologies that are less intrusive. For example, using AI to address revenue cycle optimization in a hospital. How do I capture more revenue, improve operational efficiencies, drive cost out of a head count because I can now automate some of the things that were being done manually, maybe submit more accurate and complete coding and documentation to the insurance company so I get fewer denials, for example, or provide more financial insights because it can identify, anomalies in the financial data that maybe the human being didn't capture, or address things like supply chain management, so have more just-in-time supply chain strategies, or just pure analytics around how we run our organization. Those things are less intrusive and less life-threatening than having to also apply it into the clinical setting. But it also starts to lay the foundations for the use of AI so that, once we get comfortable with it, like we have gotten comfortable with using electricity and other things, in our evolution, we now say, now how do we apply it in these other spaces and ensure there's a level of efficacy in its use as well.
I like how you put that together. Utility. It's a utility.
Yes.
It's a tool.
It's a tool.
And I've heard these in other circles, and I don't know how they get to like, hey, do we need to look at AI as an entity that we give it, rights like a human? Like, what are you guys talking about? From my perspective, like
right.
far-fetched. I said it's a great. And I think they're a little bit way off base right now with all of that. However, it's a good tool to get information very quickly. That's how I look at it. Good tool to get information very quickly, and information that I can't get without doing a lot of research on my own. But you do have to validate it to make sure that it's accurate. So to your point, there's in the hospital, there's many facets in the hospital, in the healthcare system that are not, clinical. They're not patients, facing.
Right, exactly.
Then to augment and to accelerate in those areas. And I think as a CEO of a hospital, like, hey, that's because safety and quality and compliance and risk is a very big thing. Everybody knows now. Let's be candid. There are still medical errors that occur in hospitals to the tune of it's still the 4th leading cause of death in the United States.
Yes, absolutely. Medical errors, medication errors, procedural errors, infections, acquired infections, all those things can happen in a clinical setting as well too, and negligence, quite honestly, in some cases, and biases still happen, in those settings. So the human being is still not perfect either in our delivery of healthcare, but we tend to be more forgiving of human mistakes than we would of a technology making an error as well. But that being said, I think we have to use it where it makes sense. We have to make sure that we have guardrails around it such that, we can manage, again, the efficacy, the quality of the results that are coming from these technologies. And then we have to not be afraid of how we maximize and innovate using it. Yes. I mean, before the turn of the century, everybody was riding horse and buggies, right? Previous century, horse and buggies. And as soon as Henry Ford and others created the motorless carriage, you still have people making buggies and raising horses saying that's just going to be a fad. Well, no, it's not. The question is, how do you start to adopt it, innovate, be a part of it, and be a change maker in using it as well versus, kind of digging your heels in the sand and say, I'm not going to use that technology. Well, it's not going anywhere. And in fact, the patients are going to probably use it sooner than even the providers because it's going to be made available to the consumer. ChatGPT, great example, right?
Sure.
We were using it as consumers more actively before healthcare professionals started using it as a part of the way they document a patient's record or respond to a patient, doing clinical interactions. Again, a lot sooner than the healthcare professionals were using it. So we as consumers are going to drive and expect, these technologies to be a part of our normal everyday living. You look at the digital natives, folks at Generation X and Ys and Zs and whatever the next thing is. They grew up with, a cell phone in their hand, with a tablet in their hand. They don't even write in cursive anymore.
Right.
It's all hand typed. It's handwritten. There's nothing really handwritten anymore. Very seldom use pencil.
Well, I tell you, Chris, we're coming to the end of our session. This has been wonderful, and I want to remind the audience that AI, artificial intelligence, as we see it now, and I'm going to call it generative AI because AI has been around for a long time.
Right.
Generative AI is the most adopted technology in human history. We need to understand that.
Absolutely. And there's different versions of AI. There's some AI that's, has very basic rudimentary ways of using it, to what you just talked about, which is generative AI that is self-learning and self-creating as well too. And I think the possibilities are really endless in terms of how we leverage it, both in healthcare and in life in general. And I think we have to be very open to it, understand that we all, like anything, you have to validate the information that you're receiving, whether you're getting it from your doctor, you're getting it from the news on television, or you're getting it when you type in something in Chat GPT. You need to also make sure that that information is accurate, complete, and has a level of efficacy that you're comfortable with as well too. But also you can't run away from it and say it's not going to be a part of our world, because it already is.
It already is. So leave us your contact information. How can we get further in contact with you? Because you're dropping some big knowledge here, and we want to continue that discussion.
Sure. I mean, the best way to get in contact with me is simply, again, talk about technology. Go to my LinkedIn page.
Yeah.
It's Christopher.Cunney, Kunney, on LinkedIn. I think I'm probably the only Christopher Cunney out there, as best I know. Connect with me on LinkedIn, and let's talk about what your interests are, what your needs are, and how I might be able to support you in that fashion. And then we'll grow from there. And so I wear a lot of different hats, so it all depends on what hat you're wanting me to wear that day, which will determine how I can best serve your needs.
Well, thank you for taking the time to be on the Black Business Network, the Black Business Expo, the Black Business Olympics, and you are an Olympian. So thank you very much. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you for having me.
That is wonderful. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that's below, that's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2023. Those are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, The Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? that business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all Black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join us at www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
You need to be messaging and communicating to a lot more folks and getting them committed to you as a brand and feeling that you are trustworthy, as a subject matter expert, and for their needs and their pain points. That says, look, here are my pain points. Here's the problem that I have that I don't want, or the benefit that I want that I don't have. And Grant and Sydney understand that and are giving me information to be able to assist, in my eliminating those pain points.
You're going to get a lot out of this workshop. We're going to show you ways that you can begin to look at this particular problem, that you can apply different formulas, techniques, and skills. They're going to get you to that next level. And then you'll understand the value that we're bringing.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith, the NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League, by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community, and we're sharing our business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And our next speaker, Dr. Tabitha Russell. She is renowned as the money makeover mogul. She's a celebrated keynote speaker, best-selling author, and financial expert with over 2 decades of experience in financial literacy. Her dynamic presence and transformative speeches have made her a sought-after figure on major corporate and international stages. Dr. Tabitha's mission is to empower individuals and audiences in corporate and collegiate settings to achieve financial freedom, stability, and independence. As the founder of Inside Inspired Women LLC, she focuses on uplifting business women through workshops, resources, education, and coaching. Her best-selling book, I Divorced My Money and Married My Mindset, challenges conventional wealth perceptions. With 3 doctorate degrees and extensive corporate experience, Dr. Tabitha holds titles like Certified Master Coach, Serial Entrepreneur, Leadership and Conflict Resolution Expert, Business and Life Strategist, and Ordained Minister. Her visionary work has earned her numerous awards and certifications, including the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award, featured on ABC, NBC, Fox, and CBS, and in top publications like Shout Out Atlanta magazine. Dr. Tabitha continues to inspire with her groundbreaking insights into financial empowerment and personal development. Let us welcome Dr. Tabitha.
Hello there. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you doing?
Fantastic. I'm so excited to be here on today.
I am glad that we're going to have a fireside chat. And I get to listen to you real time right now because your accolades speak volumes about your accomplishments.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're most welcome. So talk to us about financial literacy and talk to us from a lens of how you are helping Black women to traverse in that world, especially from an entrepreneurial lens.
Yeah, I believe that financial literacy is one of those things that needs to be at the forefront of every conversation that we're having around the dinner table, right? It needs to start at home, first of all. One of the things that I've learned over the course of years is there's 2 things that is not taught in school that's very essential for us to be able to thrive, right? Like money is one of those things that everybody can identify with. I don't care what language you speak. I don't care where you live. All of us need money in order for us to have just the bare essentials. Now, when it comes to entrepreneurship, the reason why I work with women, first of all, is that we're the nurturers, we're the caregivers of the home. And so generally, because of that, we have the interpersonal relationship with everybody. Not to say that the husband doesn't have it or the man of the house doesn't have that, but from a cultural standpoint, the women are, if you study other cultures as well, that those are the ones sometimes that's teaching language. They're teaching you how to comb your hair, brush your teeth, all of that kind of stuff. So with women, when we teach skills from an entrepreneurial standpoint, those skills translate into the home in other ways as far as skills are concerned, especially around money and assets, as well as now you have children growing up in this type of environment. So therefore it translates into generations to come. So that's really why I teach financial literacy through an entrepreneurial lens, because it allows us to be able to now not just teach the person, like the wife of the home, the mother, but it also translates into the children as well.
That's very important. Very, very important to understand the foundational aspects of it all and how that translates over time, and to help people to learn to adopt a new mindset. Now, in your book, I divorced my money and married my mindset. I love the title because that definitely, it's a grabber, right? It's a grabber, and you're emphasizing mindset in achieving financial success. How do you believe mindset impacts financial decisions and outcomes?
Mindset is everything. That generally is the start of where our decision making comes in. So, for example, I've seen where people have grown up in less fortunate environments, but because they were able to learn some skills that transform their mindset to a win-win kind of attitude, they're now able to take that and accomplish great things. So I believe, like, we hear stories all the time of people being homeless or people losing everything. For example, I myself made one decision and I lost $500,000 in that one decision, ultimately losing everything. I got into a partnership. We acquired $1 million contract. I didn't know what I didn't know at the time to have another contract with my partner. And so because I didn't have the proper things in place at that time, it caused me to lose my portion of that contract, which was the $500,000. I had already invested out of my own pocket $100,000 to put into this business to get it up and going, buy equipment, supplies, all that kind of stuff. So I believe that mindset, because it was my mindset that really allowed me to be able to bounce back from that. I cannot tell you the number of people that I talk to that have lost less than that still are challenged with the fact that they have to start all over again. So having the proper mindset allows you to be able to transcend whatever situation it is and bounce back relatively quickly from whatever the tragedy is.
That's so important. My God, overcoming that kind of financial stress, challenge, understanding you don't know what you don't know, and what is that all going to lead to? But then to get up and continue on is a testament. Now, when you're doing your keynote speaking and you're getting in front of that stage, is that something that you're leaning on as far as a memory? Is that part of your success of being a keynote speaker?
Yes, I work on trying to memorize whatever it is that I'm going to talk about. One thing that I do know is that we have the ability to make an impact. And sometimes you only get that one time to make a first impression. However, because I also have been a lifelong learner, it has allowed me to be able to acquire a lot of information across the board in a lot of different areas. I consider myself very knowledgeable in the financial literacy area because that's where I put the basis of my focus. However, when I'm doing keynote speeches, depending upon the platform, right, I try to make sure that it is conformative or conducive for that environment, that people are going to walk away with some sort of empowerment, inspiration, motivation. You know, I like to, hence the title of my book, I Divorced My Money and Married My Mindset. I like to hit people to where they potentially want to do something, right? You want to invoke that emotion that makes them want to get up and do something about their situation. I believe in the 20 years that I've been teaching financial literacy that there's not been a situation that I've come across that you couldn't come back from, right? Like the government literally give us sometimes some type of shelters, right? Bankruptcy and different things like that. And you can file that, you can even come back from that, bad credit, all of that stuff. So with that, I like to make sure, depending upon the platform, that we're talking about these things so that people leave with some sort of mental action plan that they're going to get up and do something, that they're going to change their situation. Because look, if I can do it, they can do it for sure. I tell everybody, you don't get a pass because where you came from. You don't get a pass to say, oh, woe is me, you know, my family, that kind of stuff. Like, no, you have to be motivated and encouraged, enlightened to want to do something. But it starts with you, and it starts really with one decision.
Wow. I mean, you said it right there. There's no excuses out here. There's so many stories you hear about people that had, you know, very troubling beginnings. And you said, wow, how did you, you know, traverse those circumstances to get to where you are? And it is one step at a time, but you have to have that foundational belief in yourself. You can get through this. You sometimes you don't have a choice. The choice is, you know, do or die in certain circumstances. I want to switch gears just a little bit, because in the corporate setting, even in our educational setting, in our corporate settings, I'm not sure if we're getting the right information about financial literacy when we're looking at our primary institutions. It seems like you have to go above and beyond just to get real knowledge about how finance operates in a capitalistic society.
I agree. And this goes back to my original point that the two things that we need the most is not being taught to us: money and mindset. And so because of that, we've got to now become our own advocates, especially in the corporation settings, right? A lot of businesses go out of business within their first year, 1 to 3 years, and it's at an alarming rate, right? I believe the last time I looked it up, it was somewhere 30-40% of businesses, new businesses, go out of business. With that being said, what the thing that's going to make most people more successful, even at a corporate level, is that we now teach finances. Like, we teach having a positive mindset, because let's face it, if a person comes into work and they have a bad day, sometimes that could potentially cause them to make a lapse of judgment, right? And if we're not teaching finances, then there's a strong potential that there could be a mismanagement of the finances across the board. And so having these two things in place and really reinforcing that, whether it is in the small mom and pop shops or whether it is in the larger corporation, it could potentially fortify the businesses to really make a difference. One of the mistakes I know that I made in my business when I first started out as an entrepreneur was that I did not diversify my portfolio, meaning that I had one stream of income. And so today, if we look at anything within the last 3 years, because a lot of businesses did not have the proper things in place, was the reason why even some of the companies that were well established went out of business, was because they didn't have proper money management. And sometimes people at the helm that had the mindset to say, we're going to pivot, right? We'll put a pin in it right here, and we're going to do some things differently, catch up and be innovative enough to be able to transcend this place where we are right now. So in order for us to be able to do that, we've got to definitely put financial literacy and mindset coupled together, right? The same way that they're bringing in DEI in most of the corporations today, right? It needs to be around the board table. That needs to be a topic of discussion for a lot of corporations.
Wow, you bring up a lot of good information, good topics, and understanding our future. And what does that going to look like? You know, as we evolve, now we're into this digital currency, this digital finance platform. I think there might be more confusion out there than clarity when it comes to investment, financial savvy, and what do you do next? You've seen the growth of cryptocurrencies and then the implosion of cryptocurrencies, but yet there's a play for it. But I don't think, and I think there was a disproportionate amount of Black people actually investing in cryptocurrencies, and now we don't know kind of where it stands. I don't know if I just want to get your view on traditional finance and you start looking at these digital finance, and where's all that going?
Yeah, I believe that digital currency is definitely going to have a major play across the board with a lot of corporations. There's been talks about some of the bigger corporations starting to take digital currency as a form of payment. That tells us that we're now getting to the stages of where there's potentially more structure behind it. I believe the reason why the Black community specifically has not gotten a lot into it is because of lack of knowledge. And we know that we perish because of that, right? But first of all, let's talk about where the government comes in at. And I think that is really the biggest separator between traditional financing and digital currency. Once the government gets behind it, of course, we potentially may not have any choice, but that also forces us now to catch up. And so the reason why I'm so passionate about financial literacy is because we've got to be innovative enough to where when the trends are happening, when the talks are going on, we need to be right there on the cusp of it, having our discussions along with everybody else on what is this? Why are we using this? What are the benefits? How is it that I can help my future, right? Like for my family to be able to put things in place to be able to be successful. And what does not happen is that we're not talking about this around the dinner table. We're not talking about it at the cookouts and different things like that. And so because of that, we're kind of really still behind the times. And if we don't start incorporating these things or learning more about it, right? Like you can basically Google most things nowadays, right? Go on YouTube, watch a video and different things like that. But knowledge is our key factor. Being able to now catch up to what financial or cryptocurrency is, and being able to now translate that into how it affects you and your household is going to be the major difference, even your business, right? How is it that you're going to be able to incorporate that into your business? I mean, it would literally be a game changer, but a lot of people don't necessarily take it serious right now because of the government backing. And because, you know, a lot of people in recent years, because there's no financial structure around it from the government standpoint, if you put your money in there and you take a loss, you just basically take a loss. I haven't seen where there's a lot of like the FDIC backing right now for the $250,000, right? So once that something like that gets in place, I think that it would become a more of a household conversation, more of a boardroom conversation. Once we can see now that your money is going to be safe, as opposed to how people lost millions in recent years.
No, I totally agree with that. That's the thing, because fiat currency, they call it's still backed by the government. And I did see that the U.S. government has taken a big stake in cryptocurrency and getting to a point where it'll be supported to, like you were saying, a recognized currency, because the rest of the world is moving in this direction. There's a lot of reasons why when you start looking at the access to the internet for these other countries and their constituents, the people that live there, they can have mobile computing, but they might not have, what you call traditional banking. They're not going inside of an actual bank to do banking, but it's so easy to do it through digital currency. So it's easier for them to do it. So as the rest of the world is doing that, we need to get on board. And I say that because like texting, we didn't start really texting in America until I think it was like in the mid 2000s or something like that. And they were texting in the eastern part of the world for like 10 plus years before that, because it was easier. So we don't want to be behind that curve, even as a nation, because it's more and more the world says, hey, cryptocurrency is a better way of doing things in our system. And as they stabilize it, we don't want to be behind. We definitely, so all this to say this, that there is a big change in how our everyday life will be conducted as we move forward from a technological standpoint. We are knee deep into a technological society, and we have a chance. This is the window. Remember, there's only a window. There's a window of opportunity that's open now if we educate ourselves and start to establish ourselves, in this new environment, like pioneer. We got to send the pioneers out. You got to put your stake out there. You got to make your claim, and then you got to cultivate the land. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, I definitely agree. So in my recent studies, I've learned that it takes sometimes 2 to 3 generations in order to implement real change, meaning that it could start with you. However, you pass that down now to the next generation. And if they grow up into that, now they pass it down to the next generation. So it's 2 to 3 generations before just that one, whatever habit is that you install, that's going to be able to invoke real change, right? So with that being said, with technology, it's basically the same way. Like we feel like that we're really, at the helm of real change because of AI today and different things like that, which I think is great. However, the government has had AI going for, a couple of generations now, 20 plus years, at least, potentially longer than that, at their disposal. So it's the same way for us when it comes to now cryptocurrency and other things that they're doing in order for us to be able to say that we're going to now get digital money, right? Like I believe Cash App and Zelle and different things like that is a form of that, meaning that they now have a way of doing instant transfers with money, however that goes, without having to go into the bank and do a wire, right? So with that, I believe that cryptocurrency will come in basically the same way once the structure gets into place and the government is able to track it. I believe that because there's not as much solid ways of tracking right now. I mean, there probably is that we have not been exposed to as of yet, but with technology, a lot of that is going to be in an instant. Right? The stuff that used to take us days to do a deposit, like, look, we can even make deposits from our phone today, right? Like you can scan a picture of a check and it automatically goes into your account. So there are things that are happening around us that we definitely need to make sure that we keep our ears tuned towards what's happening as far as the banking industry is concerned, how credit is really starting to affect our everyday lives and different things like that when it comes to our financial literacy. Because once crypto kicks in, then I believe that there's going to be a new set of ways and rules on how we handle money as well. So technology plays a big part in that for sure.
100%. And we've got to be there because we cannot afford to be behind anymore. There's no excuse. And I love how you put that generational knowledge there. So you're basically learning what your grandfather knew. And our grandfathers at like it's big for me, my grandfathers at the time, my grandfather was born in 1923. They was just getting, the cars are going, World War II was going. He didn't see television until he was well into his 20s or 30s. So his mindset was that of, a worker bee for the most part, right? And I think for a lot of people, Black people in America, that's probably was, the element. You didn't have a profession. You didn't worry, money. Yeah, as long as you had a job, you were doing good. You had a job, you had a stable job, right? You had a stable job, you're doing good. You can raise your family. Now you look at that and it's like, but were you really taught to be an entrepreneur? Was that an aspiration? I remember my grandfather encouraging me and my family members to get education. I remember that. Hey, especially in the 1970s, there was opportunities that were open to get education and then pursue more professional roles like being a doctor, a lawyer, engineer, teacher, that kind of thing. And that happened. A lot of us did, but being an entrepreneur and understanding the mindset of actually owning a business, being the owner of your business, not just working for someone that has a business, but the owner of your business, that's a financial leap. Help us understand the mindset shift from just earning money into then what you would call creating money.
Yeah. So for me, I was not groomed in the entrepreneur sector. I had the very fortunate opportunity to live in inner city Philadelphia. And at the time, I went to a gifted and talented program where I was bused from inner city Philadelphia to Northeast Philadelphia, where 97% of the student body did not look like me. Right. So it meant that I got up in the morning, I took public transportation and I took that bus all the way to the end of the line. I got on the L train and took that to the end of the line for me to catch my school bus to go to school. And so as I'm on my way going to school, I would see these big houses. I would see really nice cars in the driveway, and a lot of the student body drove up in cars. And so I'm just like, oh, this is different. But how could they afford to live in a house like that? How could they afford to drive a car like that? And as I got into school and started asking some questions, they was like, oh yeah, my dad owns so-and-so business, and my mom owns so-and-so business. And yeah, when I get off of school, I'm going to go and I'm going to work for the family business because I'm going to take the business over at some point. So at a early age, 14, 16, it kind of got in my mind that, oh, a business is probably the way to go. I didn't know what I didn't know about business at that time, but I knew that something was driving me to learn a little bit more information about it. And so when I got a little bit older, it's like, oh, okay, so I'm gonna need a business degree. I'm gonna need to, get a business loan. All this stuff was going through my mind on why or how I needed to acquire this business. I didn't know what kind of business I wanted at the time or anything like that. I just knew that a business was the thing that I was going to do. And so as time went on, fast forward, 20 years, and I get out there, well, we won't say quite 20, but as I got out there and I became a business owner, I learned a lot of things about life in general, meaning that you don't just jump out there with an idea and a few dollars in your pocket and feel like you're going to make it overnight, right? Like you got to solidify yourself with some education, some knowledge, do some background, some research on the type of business that you're going to go into. What is it that makes the competitors successful in what they're doing, and how it is that you can glean in their garden just a little bit in order for you to be able to set a great foundation for you to be able to potentially move forward in that area. And so I also learned that you need to have a niche. A lot of times we get out there and we say that we're business owners, but we do everything under the sun, right? You know how they say that we're good masters of everything, good at nothing. I can't remember exactly how it goes, but a lot of times we want to do everything, and we call ourselves an entrepreneur. We just put our stamp on it. I'm a good seamstress. I can bake. I can cook. I'm a caterer, all this stuff. Well, fast forward to today, it really does benefit you when you become the expert and you master whatever it is that you're doing, meaning financial literacy. We'll use that. I've really literally made that my life. I've also studied mindset and human behavior. I've also become a mental health first responder. So thinking about how it is that people react to certain situations and how that translates to now financial literacy really is the thing that makes the difference. So becoming an entrepreneur is just not putting an open sign and saying, I am ready for business with nothing to back you. So I will say that entrepreneurship was a learned behavior for me.
Wow, I think we all are learning it, but where you're getting there, I can see now where you're at, what your accomplishments are, and you look at possibly your nieces, nephews, grandchildren, whatnot that are younger, they're still in that K-12 phase, and they're looking up and they say, wow, Tabitha, she's doing good things. I want to now emulate that. I want to learn from you. Have you seen that happening?
Yeah, I see that quite often. I have made it my mission for me to be able to help, I say 1 million women to really take what they're innately good at. Let's start there, right? What are you most passionate about, and how we can help you to create that business, but more importantly, how you can create multiple streams from that business, right? Like it's not good today to just say that I'm a business owner and I have one stream of income. If nothing else, we've seen how that does not serve us very well. Like today, you do have to diversify your portfolio just a little bit in entrepreneurship, because if something's not working, let's pivot and put our concentration over here so that you don't lose anything, right? So I do know that setting a great foundation and me now being able to take the things that I've learned over the years and help others to be able to create that business of become that entrepreneur that they've always dreamed about actually helps them in more ways than one. Like the pitfalls that a person could potentially fall into, I could potentially help them to avoid that and accelerate their process to becoming that successful business owner, whatever that may look like for them. But of course, that is case by case scenarios as well. But we definitely do go in with the mindset that we're going to set the foundation first, right? And then we're going to build on top of that in order for them to become that entrepreneur that they want to be.
Absolutely. I want you to think about this. There's a young woman out there right now, Black woman. She's probably in her 20s, 30s. Perhaps she's finished school now. Maybe she's thinking about starting a family, but she realizes that, finance is going to be a problem. I've noticed that in certain people, they begin to, accept the status quo. They begin to not believe that they can change their circumstance. That, it is what it is. Maybe my mom did certain things. My grandmother did certain things. My life would be no different from theirs. That seems to be the norm. I'm going to have debt. I'm going to have, certain issues. I don't see it change. Talk to that young woman now and help her make a different decision.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I will say that you owe it to yourself to look at what no longer serves you, right? Look at your family history and those things that you found that did not work properly. So with that being said, you have the opportunity now to be able to take the foundation that was set, remove the things that doesn't work and build on top of that, right? Like everything that I would say my grandparents and my parents did, I can't say that was bad, right? Like my mother is an amazing steward of money. My father is an amazing steward of money, but they didn't teach me money skills, right? Like I picked up on some of the habits based upon the things that they would teach me. We never had a conversation. We never had like where they taught me how to write out checks and all that kind of stuff or whatever. So with that, the things that they did teach me how to go onto the store and follow a shopping list and still walk out with some money in my pocket and different things like that, right? So the good things that you do have, let's build on that. Whatever that is that you feel like that you want to accomplish, it starts with really that idea. And we can take that idea, lay the foundation properly, work on the habits that no longer work, and build some new habits in order for them to be able to move forward. Let's face it, today, with the digital age that we live in, it does not take $1 million to open up a business, right? Like we can get rid of all of that. Nowadays, you can borrow if you need to $200 to $500 and walk away with a business. And so I will say to that person that's sitting there on the cusp of making a decision on how it is that they want to move forward to be successful, to become an entrepreneur, you can do it. It starts with a decision and it starts today. That's simple.
It has started. It has started. There's a bunch of little Tabithas out there like, yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes. But you need leadership. You need people to believe in you. So, definitely tune in to Dr. Tabitha Russell. Let us know how to contact you.
Yes, you can go to my website. It is drtabitharussell.com, as well as I am on Facebook as Dr. Tabitha Russell. And you can find me on all other social media platforms as I am Dr. Tabitha. And on LinkedIn, I want to say it's Dr. Tabitha Russell as well.
Oh, man, this has been wonderful. I thank you so much for what you do. I want you to continue to doing what you're doing because it's so important. This has been wonderful. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.